Alright, just give me one moment here. What the? Bruh. Hopefully everything shapes up. Okay. And while that's going on, I will plug in my controller cam. Where's the sound? Bruh. Alright, give me a moment. Okay. It was just doing a meme, I guess. BRB? Alright, we should be set to bring the controller cam in now. Ah, beautiful. Maybe even a little close. Who knows? Yeah, a little close. Yeah, this'll do, I think. Maybe you can just do contrast this time. I've got a lot of light on in my room, so the darkness won't be as much of a hassle. I think I actually want this save file. Practice, I gotta work on the actual, like, magic management for this segment. Just kind of gonna end up doing a bit of practice stuff initially. Yeah, so this is what I'm wanting. Let's just get this autosave over here so that I do have a backup of this. Shoot. I wonder why it had like ice as the default. Maybe I was doing... Oh, because I reset this file's checkpoints doing Dark Spyro stuff. Right, so you want to save like some magic over here, but not but you can still use a few comet dashes, I think. And the goal would be to get this double lightning jump, so I'm going to try and get that in a secondary attempt here. So what this actually lets you do, if it will let me, is glide over to this platform. These are actually active, and you can stand on them. It saves only a little bit of time, really, compared to the single lightning jump. Actually, you know what? That might be debatable whether or not that's faster. I feel like it would be slightly faster. Because either way, you do end up doing those, like, 2 attacks to set up for the single lightning jump. The 2 air attacks, like, after having launched them. Yeah. Although that is an area... Oh my god, I need... Yeah, please. I'm tired of turning on this game, and it's because I switched my controller setup. Was doing multiplayer earlier with somebody. Not on this game, obviously. God, what would multiplayer look like, even? Okay, there we go. So I think the goal with this would be to kind of put these guys in place and then come back. So I'll have my magic refilled for here. Electric, wait, ice, earth, ice. And then you would come back. Yo, what's up, CTR? Oh, you know what? Funny fucking coincidence I meant to mention. I have this like Namco plug-and-play thing. Okay, I thought I got... Did I get rid of the music? Okay, no, it's just very quiet at this part. I actually have this Namco plug-and-play, and I was curious if Galaxian the game had anything to do with your namesake. Because it's one of the games on there, but I feel like it was, maybe unfortunately, the least played one for me. Wait. Anyway, I'm just about ready to get set, practicing this new skip. We're clearly at a portion of the game that you did not necessarily get to see what any of the routing would look like. But it's fairly straightforward, at least in terms of understanding how significant this is. Like, no amount of routing would have been able to compare to what I've found, clearly. Alright, so since this is actually the first time, I guess, me documenting this, at least on stream, I do have, like, the process of me discovering it recorded, as I was kind of doing that with a friend almost. Like, they had kind of put forth some ideas and whatever, that I then... They weren't even necessarily saying it in regards to anything, like, we weren't working on skips together necessarily, but we were looking at, like, the moveset in this game, and I was, like, getting his impressions on it. And he was noticing, like, a very subtle little movement tech that has never had any utility. And then I just happened to find a scenario where it does actually use stuff. Okay, Galaxian is... I mean, yeah, it is a good, you know, sort of mix of, you know, it has a good pseudonym and, what am I saying? Not pseudonym, because that's, like, sort of close to meaning. What I mean is phonemes and, like, you know, beginning word participles and ending word participles, like, you know, it just flows together nicely. And being able to have something like that that you can be continually dedicated to, or at least like bring something good out of it, is pretty awesome. I mean, Epicness is a name that I've carried for a good while. Before that, I was like Mario Bro 64, like a lot more generic, but you know, being able to do like mashups of things that like you care about, or like has enough of a either a relevance or reference, is very good to use, at least, especially when you're like starting out and you're a kid. Like, you don't know what the fuck you are, but you know what you like. So sorry if that sounded a little echoey. I was about to sip from this bottle. But yeah. I mean, that's how brands are born, of course. Which, speaking of brands, not sponsored, but said bottle is a very gamer type of item. In all realness, I'm not the most fond of this drink, but I wanted to be able to have a second thing while I'm working on this. Besides water, and it's what's in the house. So, anyways, so where to begin? So the trials. Trials have been almost a thorn, perhaps, in the side of Eternal Night speedrunning for practically as long as I can remember. I don't know if thorn is the right word to say. I do find them to be some of the more interesting and unique levels. They do kind of showcase a good mix of puzzle, platforming, and combat, and theming and all that stuff. So it's a nice little section, but it is tedious and long-winded. Even in New Game Plus, the reason I say they're a bit of a burden is because even within New Game Plus, with all the tools that you get in there, which I'll showcase later in the stream, once again, you actually, like, this level is a lot more tightly programmed with its flags and checks to make sure that you can progress than basically any other portion in the game. And because of that, there's been a whole lot of intrigue and research done into how one might be able to get around these flags, but there's always some other little barrier. And like I said, they are cool levels and have their own neat tech, but sometimes they can be pretty tedious and time-consuming, and they're not always necessarily the best. I'm realizing right now... I actually will have to make a decision on which trials I will be doing. So anyways, without going into too much detail, in New Game Plus, you're able to skip 2 of the trials. Used to only be able to skip 1, but an additional glitch was able to be discovered to skip another. And in any percent, with your significantly more restricted movement, you were previously forced to do all of these. Now, the things that were known before, and that kind of led there to be a smidgen of chance for things to be possible, and allowed for the eventual skipping of some trials in New Game Plus, is that, let me see, where is it? Okay, so as you can see, there are like 6 different fucking doorways, all of which appear to be visually the same. However, due to their alignment in relation to other, like, collision in the levels, even though you can kinda climb these through some various tricky means, at least with New Game Plus, only one of them is actually not solid at the top and allows you to get out of bounds clip through, and that would be this particular archway, the one that you start with, coincidentally enough. There's just tiny enough holes in collision to be able to slip in through the top, and then you can kind of work your way through this angular, almost like hexagonal kinda, or I guess it's more pentagonal structure, and then be able to slip through and do some shenanigans with that. However, of course, that requires being able to climb up to the very top of this and fall through, which, of course, there's very few platforms available here. Realistically, the best choice that you have for any percent, and just in general, really, is this bookcase. However, this bookcase is a fair distance away from there. You could Comet Dash, but you'd only really be able to get to maybe the midway point of this archway. So, of course, some other kind of utility had to be found. Unfortunately, there aren't really any enemies that you can either, like, get in here or, like, take advantage of from a little while away. There's a room that you can get to out of bounds before this, but there's a giant cutscene trigger that surrounds the place and makes that out of bounds essentially useless, because you get dragged right back in bounds, and those enemies do not cooperate with you in any which way that would be beneficial to get out of bounds again there or in here. So, then, one other important piece of information. Let me see where I can spot it. Trying to remember which one it was I was looking at. Because so I was mentioning about the alignment of these things being kind of fucked up. And that's going to actually end up being pretty relevant here. You will be able to see visually. Okay, here we go. So, you might see these little corners peeking out. It's most prominent on this one, but this is actually the door. So this thing that closes and opens, depending on if the trial is beat, that's poking through. That is poking through the actual doorway, and it is solid, which means that you can stand, double jump, all that kind of shit. But of course, this is on the trial doorways, which do not actually have a way to clip through them. They are solid on top. Perhaps that was due to this that was a preventative measure due to this being here. It does exist on other ones, like you might be able to see there's a tiny corner poking out through there that you can't really stand on. But yeah, due to the positioning within this room, and everything. This doesn't exactly exist for all of these, and it certainly doesn't exist for the actual one that you want to skip into here. See, nothing showing neither side. So what does that mean? That means that this is only accessible on certain ones, of course. And as we saw, the electric one is pretty easily attainable, but it's even further from the actual, like, doorway there. It does provide more, like, platforms to work with, I suppose, but again, sort of a dead end. And again, some of these clip more than others. There's one there. And there is one, they're also somewhat asymmetrical. Like, you can see this one poking out on the fire trial, but it doesn't show up over here. No little anything there. So what's interesting, as it turns out, so typically, okay, so you can still kind of climb these in any percent, but not nearly as well as in New Game Plus, because this, you have a few tools. You have this air attack, you have glide and double jump, of course, and you have the lightning vortex, which kind of allows you to climb up slopes, but only for a very tiny bit. Usually it's more useful for just being able to barely catch certain ledges or being able to jump off of slippery slopes, and unfortunately this, like, it pushes you away, but it actually doesn't count as a slippery slope. So if I just, do that, I'm not going to be able to jump off of it. And also was not able to climb up it very much, even though, yes, I did kind of swirl away to the side. So, the thing that actually kind of ended up making me examine this more was, well, for one, that is it ear symmetrical? Whatever, the imperfect symmetry of these doorways was kind of strange to me. And also the fact that certain corners would peek out. I hadn't necessarily realized that before. But the other thing was actually a friend pointed out to me a tech that really has no purpose, because typically it's kind of more so of a stall tactic than an actual movement thing. So normally you're only able to get one air attack before you touch the ground again, of course. However, there is a little known sort of thing, sort of is more influential in combat than anything else, but if you end up, like, bonking on something, hold on. It's kind of difficult to show off, like, more naturally. Okay. It might be, like, surface dependent or something. I think it's also like timing dependent. Usually you have to have a pretty significant spacing between them. Or maybe it does actually just require... Okay, here, we'll try this. Okay, well, okay, the point is, under some very specific circumstances, you can end up getting a second air attack if you bonk off of something. It's something that, you know, really, like, think of how specific that is, right? Like, there's so few things where that would actually be applicable. But it does exist, and so it ended up being something that I guess got my gears turning a little bit. But the other thing I realized... I'm not sure if I'll be able to... Yeah, so you saw me land there for a second. Now that is, like, there is a little corner there. But the actual platform itself extends beyond the visual. And so what that tells me is that even though these appear unsymmetrical, they actually do have, like, basically, even though the visual isn't there, there are still platforms. They just do not appear properly. So they're dishonest. So there are more platforms there then that I wasn't aware of. So that would mean, theoretically... Oh, there is this Earth one. You know what? You might be able to... I think I tried landing on this one. It could just be that I've been stupid this whole time, so give me a second. Okay, so you can't land on that one, right? Which is very weird. But I guess there is a bit of an extension over the Earth one here. Okay, see? Like, this thing is, like, so rounded to the point that it, like, pushes you off. Maybe... I'm gonna try this one more time, though, because this is making me rethink some things. See how, like, flat this is? But, like, I'm not able to stand on it. I'm stuck. Wait for my, dragon time to refill. See, it just kinda, like, curves off too harshly. So this was not going to work, unfortunately. And there's nothing over here on the fire one. Well, guess what? There actually is. It's just invisible. So, this all culminates into something, but I do have to refill my magic. So I'm going to take a very slow death. This is what's going to end up being the backup, essentially, if you miss this, or if you're in a real bind. Realistically, if you do miss this, you might be able to just go on and do another... Oh wait, no. Okay, so to be able to get the full utility of this, you have to do this for your first and last trials. Typically, you'd only be able to do this glitch once, but by fulfilling that circumstance, you are able to make utility of this glitch numerous times. So this would be the punishment if you can't get this trick in like 2, maybe 3 tries. Alright, so going over again. Yes. So going over again, some of the obstacles we have to face here. There is this, the fact that this thing can kind of push you down, including depending on how you jump at it. Sort of, anyway. Yeah, it's not really so big of a deal in this scenario. It's more of a thing in NG+. We have, technically there are 2 air attacks, but we have to space those out. And of course we have the electric vortex to climb things, and then the bonk thing. Oh, let's see if... Yeah. So anyways... how is the bonk thing actually supposed to be useful? Because if we look at it, you do get this little bit of knockback. But if you're supposed to use both of these, you know, like, you end up kind of like, you do end up maybe slightly higher. But it's just for a very small moment, and also you have a ton of end lag after the move. So like that height gain is very small, short-lived, and whatever. So the thing is, you can actually cancel it into the electric vortex, or realistically any other move, although you typically would not be able to do that air attack, like I mentioned, because you want to get the first one as well as the second one in order to catch this ledge. So, oh, and also the other thing is that this corner actually is solid all the way around. So you actually you can end up getting stuck beneath it and not be able to push up. So you have to actually work around it. It is thankfully on the inside here, although maybe also not so thankfully, because you can slip off this ledge and fall out this way. Anyways, this all creates a very tight little selection of moves that you have to perform, and it's a string of actions that is different than anything else I have performed in Spyro or has been useful up until now. So let's give it a shot. Okay, so typically that's what I do, is do an air attack and then that, but we have to make good use of the horn dive cancel. Okay, so that was close, but clearly still lost of it. Also, you do have to kind of use the Dragon Time, both to be able to time and because it's a small window where you're actually able to climb with the Lightning Vortex. It also consumes a lot of magic, typically. But yeah, you're also consuming a lot of Dragon Time with each attempt. And you saw, even just there, I ledge canceled onto this. As soon as I did my air attack, I landed. That is how tight this is. This is literally only possible maximizing every single tool in your arsenal to get up here. And even once you do that, there is still more to this trick. However, of course, this is the hardest part and what has finally been able to make this all possible. Now that we have height and it is near the beginning entrance, you have to still have enough magic to perform the remainder here. And also not fall off of this fucking thing, because the corner is slightly curved or whatever. But yes, you can see just now how, like, unclear and, like, just outright lying it is that there's a platform here. So, we turn the camera. Over there is the thing, although you can't really necessarily see it all too well. So our goal is to get over on top of this archway. Oh wait, did I go to the wrong one? No, that was correct. That was weird. Oh wait, yeah, you would not be able to do like a another air attack from that. Maybe you can do another lightning twirl. Yeah, no lightning twirl. It seems if you glide, you actually end up losing your air attack number 2. Okay. There we go. Okay, so then you end up inside of this this door frame. And you can see, even just with that many attempts, I've basically used my entire magic bar here. So you can see there's just a little bit here. This gap only exists on this side of the doorway, by the way. And now from here, you can actually just kind of run out from here, and you can see, thankfully, right beneath the trial hub, this is actually the room, the ending room that is used for the trials. The finishing platform does still exist, but it's raised high above the arena. It is possible to land down there, checkpoint yourself, and softlock, because there is no enemy to defeat. However, the tight double jump glide, and if you have enough magic, you can also use your comet dash. You can land on there, and it will do the cutscene. This defaults to electricity trial. And it counts it as complete. That is considered completed now. Thus skipping at least 1 out of 4 trials. Now, jumping onto the stream, I'm realizing that there is potentially a slight routing conundrum to be made. The setup to be able to skip a second trial requires that you do 2 other trials first. Now, as you saw, these doors kind of close after you complete a thing. Now, it seems that this platform still exists here. But with the inconsistencies of how this shit lines up and whatever, I'm not sure if that's actually going to be the case for Fire Trial. If that's so, then, you know, you would be forced to do Ice and then Earth. Which is fine, I suppose, although Fire has the benefit of 1, being fast because you have Comet Dash, and 2, having its own set of little cool skips, and one of the upgrade relics. which is very useful for making certain boss fights easier due to your extra bit of magic bar. In fact, to the point where you can make like 1 cycles not be hairline difficult type of things. I think best case scenario, you can do Fire Trial and Earth Trial. There is a decent bit of upgrade crystals lost because there is one in Electricity Trial that you used to be able to get. No, dude. I mean, it is a good theory, you know. I don't know. These trials are literally minutes long, though. I don't think you would lose out because as it is right now, you can get anywhere from like I think 2 to 4 upgrade relics and still be fine. It's not necessarily as though you lose on the skip potential entirely for the bosses. And even if it does become tight, I think one would have to go for it. But it is a good theory. Now, okay, so with this being the case, though, you do end up using, like, all of your magic. And Fire Trial does not have a gem to refill you at the beginning. Earth does, however. But for Earth, you want to be able to upgrade this to full by this point. Now, apparently I have enough here, although I think that's also because I was dicking around and collected a lot of extra gems. That can be arranged. It's not completely necessary to have Earth completely upgraded by this point. It's only really necessary by the time you get to Elemental Dragon, the boss for beating these. And the other thing to be concerned with, and obviously this isn't a good indicator, whenever you reload from a file, you lose all of your Fury gems. But you usually want to have a Fury going into Earth Trial. Used to be that I would go around, do these 3 trials, and then do Earth, so that I would be guaranteed, or at least I would have the opportunity to get enough for both of those things to happen, and even then it was on a tight margin. However, I have been skipping a few upgrade crystals that can easily go back into the route, so at least that front should be okay. The Fury only saves a handful of seconds, so that wouldn't be that big of a trade-off. We'll have to see how the actual upgrade shit ends up going, as well as the Fury. Although with the Fury, there is a larger skip that there is a skip at least in what's it called now? In Lightning Dream, where you might benefit from just kind of ignoring the extra Fury stuff. It's also extremely hard, though. So yeah, you get much more minimal damage when these guys are knocked down, but yeah, you can end up killing one of these guys, and then yeah. These guys, as you can tell, give you a significant bit of Fury gems, so it looks like with just delaying my leaving of the menu slightly, I'm not getting the sound glitch that I was getting, which I'm thinking might have been attributable to my disc. Whoops. You want to try and hit both these guys so that it's one cutscene. But I fucked up my inputs while talking. Please be enough. Just enough. Alright. So usually you would like try to go in here with a Fury, but it's not that much of a time loss with how much damage you do. It's just kind of difficult with dealing with the dragon time management. Sacagawea. Yeah, thankfully the little bit of extra. Oh, the thing that this does give you, one of the larger reasons you get benefit from doing a Fury here is that on these sequential enemies, Furies actually give you a boost on your melee damage of the element of the Fury that you used after having used it. So it makes fighting those guys a little faster. I'm just gonna collect these for fun. Oops, missed the air attack there. Like, flubbed it. Okay, I saw a slight, flinch. So right now I'm just going to play through, from here until perhaps the end game. That will at least let you be able to see that portion, and I'll at least be able to practice it as well as see how my disc handles. I may end up buying a second disc. Right. So there's Earth, and at the end of each boss you can refuel, so now we'd be set to do fire. Which hopefully will have its platform remain. These guys, it actually doesn't matter like what you kill them with, they kinda end up having a fast death animation either way. Yeah, this is always a little bit of a weird fight, especially if you don't get the fast the sneak attack damage there. Forgot to flame them sooner. And then there's also something I realized you can make a lot more consistent. There's a way to skip over this cutscene trigger. Oh shit. I guess I can just land here if I fuck that up. Okay, you can't. Oh, that's funny. Okay, interesting. Yeah, you can make that without a triple jump thing, but it's a lot tighter, and it's like you have to cut just over the right angle. Can you actually... Okay. See, I was thinking that was a lot more dangerous than it probably is. Okay. Oh my fucking lord. Bruh. That seems like a pretty cool combo. And then we'll try to keep this guy stunned until those drop. Okay. Okay, that's a different way I could take that fight. Can't usually get like a sneak attack thing on them. Okay, sure. Is controller cam looking good, by the way? I always feel like I'm like slightly off center or something stupid. But yeah, at minimum, I will be able to skip one trial. Okay. You can probably... It's slightly obscured. Yeah, I suppose I was leaning more right than I should. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look while this does its cutscene. Or it doesn't. Come on. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not scooched up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this makes more sense then. I was thinking this was leaning more inwards towards me than it actually was. Sorry about that. Forgot just how much I have to like scooch in to make this work. Alright, let's refresh this capture card. Got sound delay now. Alright. Alright, so let's see how this goes. Okay, so I didn't quite wait. You can like see him like press against it though. Okay. Perfect. Oh, right. I'm supposed to main menu because okay, so this is actually pretty critical. When you reload a save, all of the old checkpoint triggers and like cutscene triggers, all that stuff gets reset. So in theory, if I were able to fly outside and like if I could get to the beginning of the level, I could actually watch Spyro do the fucking goodbye freaky little turtle monster cutscene at the very beginning of this stage. And that would actually still trigger the enable autosave, or like the autosave checkpoint. All of that would replay. And that is actually also true with the platform beneath here that I'm going to use for the skip. Yeah, so you wait for the second half of that. Okay, I waited too long on the under thing there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that is very scary, for sure. Oh, you can also re-enter these trials, but it doesn't really count as double like these do. Let's go. So if this is right, the center platform should be lit up. Yes! Double trials, skip. In this fucking category. Even with... I guess this isn't too bad. Alright, so let's finish this off. Oh, okay. Whoops. So this is why you want... Okay, well, you didn't get to see all that much of it. But yeah, Elemental Dragon really gets decimated by upgraded Earth. As most enemies do. So the reason I'm going through this final level before doing runs is because in the last several runs I had the game crash while I was a minute ahead on one run and then 2 minutes ahead on a separate run. And this was before I even found this skip. And I only estimated my PB was 136.59. And I figured that sub 135 was barely possible. So it was very, very good paces for both of those. Especially with how demanding and difficult and the required consistency and trade-off to be fast, how risky that is. Anyway, I got to the... end game fights in this level and did a Fury and the game crashed. Both crashes were from a Fury, or actually one of them was trying to enter a did not mean to switch there. Okay, that was tight. Both in terms of being cool and tight in execution. All right. Whoopsie. I think I'd normally have some more Fury Gems here, but with how large the fight is, I shouldn't have all that much trouble. Oh, this guy's okay. Oh, Cylimer. I've turned him into a dead cylinder. Alright, and then just kind of aggro those so that these guys can go away. Now, I should say, the game still is not fully solved for any percent. There are still several theoretical skips that could come into being. Although, of course, that I'll probably end up doing in a separate scenario. I want to land so that I have another one of these, and then... Okay, I'm not gonna be able to have that much. If you, like, do a singular comet dash through that, laser room, you can, make that cycle. Alright, so this is, for all the marbles. I'm probably going to end up going and doing both fights, though, because they are pretty intensive. Rod Breaker. That's what Cinder is when I'm jacking off to her. I break my rod for her every day. Nice. I might... Oh, yeah, I used to have a strat where I'd combine...
I'm sure you'll get it this time.
Yeah, the Ice Ball! Ice Ball is very good here, actually. I don't actually know if this is... Okay. Well, it's sort of good, I should say. Because I mean, you can't, it's like you don't want to use too many of them because it puts the smaller guys into sort of an intangible state where they're just kind of pushed around rather than anything else. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have enough to Fury later here. Yeah, the other thing is to try and approach enemies with other moves. Oh, oops. Like a Comet Dash, like that. Alright, so I want to actually switch to Electric here because it has a better Fury. Maybe those gems on the ground are gonna kill me. Maybe I shouldn't press any buttons either when I do these. Alright, it managed. At least this time. Never a guarantee. But yeah, the electric thing has this stun thing that also deals a little bit of chip damage when you're running around. Like each Fury has a little bit of some kind of a bonus effect. Oh. Alright, buddies. Yeah, I've got to figure out how to better use... Oh my god, I was at like 0 health. Better use some other moves when I'm out of Dragon Time. Or just better Dragon Time utility. Although that's a lot harder to say. I should be okay with this amount of health. What the fuck? Okay, just a weird camera a little bit. Try and avoid these with as low of health as I have. Alright. Not sure if you would actually take fall damage there. Want to save some magic here for a double. Oh shoot, that might be low. That's a bad angle, but yeah, I can land on this, and then land on this, and then land on this, and then do a quick one of those. You'd normally try to angle it over to here, but I kind of forgot to do that while I was doing the combo. But that gets you a fast waterfall climb, essentially. To watch out for these fuckers when you cross here, because they can snipe you, and then leave you with no movement and fall in. Okay. Oh, you don't need to wait on the gems really anymore. Once you have the upgrade, that's the other thing I need to work on. That's just kind of a force of habit. Casual play and Ryan the Rotten. It's Rollon, but whatever. It's funnier! I promise. It'd be tragic to lose a run to this next fight. Oh boy, oh boy. Trying to think. Yeah, there's no way you could get any good, like, out-of-bounds shit here. There used to be a thing I would do, but that's literally impossible. You would need... Okay. I don't actually know. This kills you, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty sure it kills you because I remember getting knocked off the edge essentially being a kill. Alright, buddy. I was expecting him to do the cutscene again, but I guess that's not what this does. Alright. That's good enough. Right. Switch to electric. Just do like a short hop there to confirm that. You usually have just enough to be able to make those mashings. Can I... There it is. There you go. Alright. These guys only take 2 hits. The camera kind of spins sometimes from the other enemies spawning, so that's the other thing to stay watchful for. Oh shit, I broke one of the health crystals, that's not too bad. Yeah, you have to be watchful. Sometimes you will lose like too much magic meter when you're outside of Dragon Time. The lower drain on the meter means that you can even like get away with the smaller bits. Alright, that's good enough. Please no crash. Man, oh man. Oh wait, these guys you actually do want to, okay, you still want to actually do lightning orb spam here because of launching those fuckers. Oh, okay, sure. Certain enemies do have,
some magic out of your face.
Do have points where they aren't really as vulnerable, but you can, for them, even when they're not as vulnerable, you can kind of just mash as fast as possible. Of course, for these guys, like, I'm also trying to, like, make sure I don't end up, like, lining this up differently, like, because, like, you can fall and then keep spamming, and then it's not useful because you're not hitting them, or, like, the angle changes from your own thumb on the analog stick. There's a pretty good example of that on, of, like, having to mash as fast as possible. Like, look, that guy was doing an attack that kind of made him, I don't know if he was intangible. I think that was just his hitbox not being in the way. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll kill those guys. We'll try to keep running away, and then... Alright. 2 hits?! I even, like, dragon timed.
Got to remember my training.
God, I hate these bull enemies. They're literally bullshit. But yeah, you can see, like, just how many hits I can get out. Although, they become invulnerable during their, like, transformation animation. So that's not worth attacking them during. Oops. Try to collect health. Oops. Okay. There's a very tight 1 cycle on, what is it? Scab 1. Okay. Need magic. Or like that attack, that will usually fuck you up. Alright, get that. Hit this guy behind him so I have time to refill. Whoops. Come on. Whoops. You can also kind of like do an air attack to try and line up, but if you're too low, like I was there, I didn't hit him. It's like, has to be a full jump. Hello, Colt Zero. Hope your day is doing okay. Sorry, I'm in a very stressful point, but I'll do my best to talk to you. Welcome to the stream, of course. All that sort of. What? These guys didn't die. I must not have hit both. Alright, there we go. That should be GG.
How's that?
Very nice! Alright, and let's just practice the jump at the end. Considering how specific and niche this particular topic is, I take it that you're a Legend of Spyro fan of some form or another. Oops. Okay, wonderful. Usually that doesn't reach that far, but
Why don't you try shooting some
okay. I was very confused for a second. I thought it checkpointed you up here, but that's good to know. Interesting note, you can actually like jump up here like with an enemy and everything, and you can like bring an enemy up here, but the walls are so damn high that you can't like get out of bounds here, which is a shame because there used to be a trick in New Game Plus where you would like enter the assassin's fight early by skipping around that little tube. Oh, missed the last hit. Might be able to snipe him on the way. Alright, cool. Whoopsie. Alright. Dude, modding tools? Are you for real?
Keep trying.
How do you manage that, man? That's kind of something that I want to get into eventually, but have no clue, like, how such a thing would happen. Like, this last year has kind of just been me, like, I very much enjoy my speedruns, but I don't think it's, like, it's not enough to push this series into the real limelight. I mean, fair enough. I imagine Dolphin would be the playground for that sort of thing. I've never actually, like, modded or, like, game design anything in my life, but it's something. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to fucking fall onto this. Okay. But, you know, the more that I realize, like, I can't get myself away from these titles, even though I know that they are objectively severely flawed, like, it just makes me very enthralled with the possibilities within that. I didn't imagine there was anything of the sort, truly. I want to at least take the moment to commend you for even, like, considering picking up work on something, you know, like, it's got to be very difficult when you're working presumably from scratch. Oh, this is what I was saying about enemies being able to guard this stuff, but they still take damage. Oh, this guy doesn't launch as high. This should still work, though. Maybe. Nope. Just barely not enough. That's why you need the smaller enemies. They launch higher. There we go. See, look how much higher. Oh, but I died. Which should lock my camera.
I think
Or maybe not. I don't know, it's doing the cutscene.
Oh, these guys look angry.
Yeah, I'd imagine PS2 is a bit harder to break than GameCube. PS2's always kind of been a little more uptight. Like, even just, like, cheat codes and stuff is a hell of a lot less accessible. Like, for test levels and shit. Oh, that won't work. At least it shouldn't. No. Good God, I'm gonna have to get some serious combos in with you in the near future. I did not anticipate being able to reach anyone with that kind of
Ready?
knowledge or caliber. With your work on TEN, like, I mean, it's largely the same engine with different moves. Yes? Or, I mean, I know there are some reworks, like with, whoops. He's blocking. Good to know that I can just kind of stop hitting him for a moment. That'll work. Okay. Yeah, it seemed like most of the changes were mainly either cosmetic or numerical. Or like, God damn it. Like some stuff with invulnerability. That kind of jank. Just kind of one to knock off the list kind of deal, or... Like, and there's no shame in that. I'm just curious if, like, you have a tighter connection. I mean, that's obviously still a pretty damn tight connection, but, like... You get what I'm trying to say, like, if there was some kind of previous, you know, enthrallment or whatever to the series that led you to work on this particularly. Oh, nice. Yeah. It seemed as though they use, I mean, obviously a lot of the assets are copy-paste, and it seemed to me like anything else that was put into this game was largely just built off of the back of pre-existing stuff in New Beginning. Although, I guess there's some things with, like, maybe Gaul and Scab, those two bosses that seem, like, pretty new, but it would be using, like, you know, similar, at least from, like, its base form, like, similar code or techniques or something. I can't say I know, like, all too specifically the proper terminology or, like, channels that, you know, would be creating this. Yeah. Fair enough. That does seem to be a, well, actually, that's not the most common thing. Usually, you're an idiot like me that hasn't played the classics, although that's something that, like, I own all of them, but I've been very, tedious about getting to them. Very lazy, because there's a lot still to uncover within these games, for sure. I'm sure you had fun finding all sorts of unused assets and shit. I was just looking, earlier this week, I remembered, I came across at one point, like, I think it was, like, a demo disc or something for one of the games. Or, like, you know, some kind of beta build, like, for E3 or something. I don't remember if it was this game or Dawn of the Dragon, but I felt like I saw some kind of little obscure thing like that on eBay a few years ago, and I wanted to buy it, but I didn't really have the funds at the point, and didn't really know what to look for that kind of media. Because it's, you know, it tends to be something very unassuming, like a red and gray disc. Okay. It'd be hilarious if you were the person that ended up buying that. Because I just looked again today and can't find any mention of such a thing. Oh, I forgot to do chip damage. That's why I didn't two-cycle this man. Okay, that might be a little high up. We'll see. This seems more in line. Maybe? Can I get the thing? I guess not. Oh, that's not even hitting him. Whatever. This was pretty good. I know generally how to deal with Gaul. Looks like the main thing would have been to, not have jumped as high up. I didn't expect him to approach as soon as he did. Usually I get the, pattern where he warps behind you. Tools specialized in modeling games. Textures and audio. Okay. This might sound like a stupid question, but would models also be considered like part of like actual how do you call it? Like in-game collisions? Like, you know, like if you wanted to create a level, right? And you wanted to like place in various objects and blocks and that kind of shit. Would that be possible? Is that what makes that possible, rather? Models? Because usually I know that's kind of more like character-oriented. Or at least it is character-oriented. Would the tools you made, like, are the tools that you made for, also, okay, I know I'm kind of overwhelming you. I'm, like, super enthralled. I think the level models are used as collisions. Give me a second, I gotta blow my nose. Pardon that interruption. Are the tools that you made for New Beginning, or I mean, for Eternal Night, more... Okay. Yeah, you're fine, Galaxian. Don't worry about having to take care of yourself. I'm kinda just geeking out here anyway. Shoot. Both the level and character enemy models. But you said you can't, like, mod them, is the problem. Because you don't have the skeleton information, which would be, like, how to form said models. If I'm following right. And then the other thing I guess I'd be curious out of everything you said so far is if the tools for Eternal Night are expansions upon the ones you made for New Beginning to accommodate the changes, or if it's the same types of things, but you had trouble due to said retoolings. Yeah. I would not know how to do anything like that, but I assume that any suggestions I would offer would be pretty bare bones and obvious things that you certainly already went through. Such as, you know, like, oh, just put the disc in your PC. Stuff like that. Because, I mean, there were some, like, folders on there that were zipped. I don't know how to do anything with that. But damn. You're already blowing my mind. Hopefully, I can end up showing some neat stuff with the base game. At least in terms of stuff that I like about it or have learned. Oh, you didn't tech. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think I just misread. You said some of the PS2 tools do work for Eternal Night. I read that as you did some work on Eternal Night as well. Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, I did see GameCube version of Eternal Night at, like, my local game store thing, for, like, 30 or something before, like, just last week or two. Didn't really think there would be any purpose, necessarily, in getting it, but I assume you would be able to, because, like, modding is kinda all about accessibility, and you would want that to work through Dolphin. Yeah, no, there is no GameCube Eternal Night. If I said GameCube Eternal Night, I meant to say GameCube New Beginning. Yeah, it's a shame this game only has, like, 2 versions. Well, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, it's on Wii. Right. Well, I can't say I know or can promise anything, but I have been speedrunning this game for, like, almost 6 years now, periodically on and off, and you know, I'm trying to. There's a lot to unpack, even still, but you know, I'm seeing a couple various directions that one could take the game if they wanted to remake it, and that's always something that I feel is on the back of the minds of people who have played these games. But as far as making that legitimate and possible, that's obviously a very wide and difficult task because of both how much is wrong with them and how little support there is for such a thing. And you know, perhaps this is sudden, although, you know, just like me learning of this, I don't really have any skills in this department. Even just getting insight can be difficult sometimes, and I think it would be beneficial for the, you know, like the history of these games and everything, if perhaps, you know, we can keep in contact in some way. I don't really know what that would necessarily mean or lead to, but I do have Discord and whatever, and we can sort that out later. Hold on, I did kind of skim over a few things you were telling me there, and I'm sorry about that. Odd differences between GameCube and PS2 models. There's a Spyro modding Discord? I mean, I'm in the speedrunning ones. Interesting. Compressed. Curious. So theoretically then, GameCube would be like the more full, intended, like, look. That's so curious. Yeah, I definitely have to, maybe at least lossless compression. Oh. Does that really, I mean, it's cool as far as trivia. Does that actually have like a, like an effect, on not really gameplay, but I guess like modding or whatever? I mean, you did say them being uncompressed. I guess that gives you like more direct access to the true file? Question mark. Hope that didn't pick up. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that would have any effect in modding type things. Anyways, it's time to start a run, I guess, and I'll do my best to keep conversation going and interesting. Usually I'm having to explain like the series to people, but every now and then, you know, I get people that are very passionate about it. I think. Oh, he followed me. I normally don't keep up with that kind of thing, but man, that is awesome. I'm gonna try and remember to send you a send you my Discord, and some more things could get cooking there. As I mean, clearly I originally just kind of got on to sort of make more history and resources for learning the game, but realistically, I think like that has been very rewarding for me, but I don't believe. But I believe even more could happen. All three. Hmm. How would those? I mean, okay, they wouldn't have used just your tools, I imagine. You know, because clearly Dawn is a different beast.
Spiral.
There's plenty of cut stuff too, I'm sure, that could be restored. I didn't think very much of it was on the disc itself, but you know, I found various like random assets out of bounds, and obviously the what do you call it? The concept art is pretty indicative, I would say, of that sort of deal. Ooh, cinder lines. Yeah, I suppose, like, I don't really know how deep one can dig, as I don't really know what the extent of the prowess of general tools could be. Although, even simple little things like that can be pretty telling. As Cinder is certainly, I would say, one of the more both unique and valuable pieces to this series. Definitely, like, out of all, I mean, it makes sense why she's kind of had a lingering effect or popularity. Because she's very self-contained to this franchise, as well as being a very dynamic character in what can often just be a pretty simplistic storyline at times. Damn. Yeah, what's going on, Ginge? I meant to... Shoot, I forgot to fucking, hit you up. I meant to message you about this. Yeah, I just found a way to skip 2 of the trials. It's kinda like an offshoot of a trick that's in New Game Plus. This is essentially going to be my first run with said trick. Earlier in the stream, I was just testing some stuff to make sure the rerouting with it would work out. And thankfully it does. You kinda end up having to, like, do a very specific set of actions to get yourself over the loop, or over the top of a doorway. I do have me showing and explaining it earlier in the stream if you want a shorter detail. I wouldn't be able to tell you now where, like, maybe it's like it's one of the first things I did, so maybe like 20 minutes into the stream, just like past the setup. Although I do kinda just, you know, sly the controller. Smart muck. It's like a knucklehead. Oh, a wise guy. Yeah, I did kinda have to do it though. Even though it is a little bit clickbait. It's literally true, so is it clickbait, you know? Like, I don't know. I knew that if anything was gonna bring, like, it's hard to make, to bring attention, I suppose, so whatever could realistically do that, is always valuable. And, you know, it was important enough to me. I would catch people that could potentially care, and however many one can acquire for working on this game is monumental. And clearly it worked! I met one of the potentially most influential or knowledgeable people on this game in a while. Oh, you're going to bed soon, Ginge. I'm not terribly frequently on Twitch either. Curious that you know each other. I guess this does... It's nice. There's been a lot of intrigue in this game recently, and it just like feels like I came back at the right time. I haven't had very much... Whoops. Ability or motivation in a while, just because, you know, trying to move out and get an apartment, that kind of BS, is a very demanding task. And this is also a pretty demanding task, both in time sink and also, you know, my other resources. My PC is very questionable, for one, so I do apologize if the stream looks like shit, which is likely the case, but nonetheless, you know. Yeah, I mean, I've been routing, any percent I haven't been routing as long as New Game Plus, but yeah, 5 minutes is quite literally unprecedented, and it's not like I was just being, like, completely lazy and missed this. This is a very, like... This is, like... There are few avenues for time save that were theorized and, like, considerable. And so being able to prove this one is quite monumental. Damn. Timing on that meeting there is pretty sweet. Yeah, if Ginge is still here, to do a quick, like, summation, essentially you can do You, like... So there's
Hello? Hello? Hello?
one of the doorway... The doorway that's the entrance to the Trials hub isn't solid at the top. Whoops. But, it's very hard to reach. You kind of end up having to use a combination of the, Shit, man. These guys are being relentless. Sorry. I thought they were dead! Fuck you. Okay, I have nothing. Alright, there you go. That was pretty bad. I'm alive. I've not heard of that game, but I always love checking out different speedruns, so I'll try to grab that. But, you can use a combination of the lightning vortex, an air attack. You can cancel a horn dive to get a tiny bit of height, and then be able to do an air dash again to be able to get onto an invisible platform that's a corner of the doors in that exist as the, you know, the thing that closes off the trials whenever you finish them. Oh my god. Yo, Comet Dash? That's literally, like, my favorite move from this game. The idea of there being, like, more dynamic moves like that in New Beginning is, pretty curious. I'm very glad that they put that into this game, because it's literally one of the things that has
Look at this.
shaped, my perception on both possibility and, like, this game has really messed with, my ideas and preferences for game design. Like, because I haven't really played, like, many beat-em-ups or anything, but I've always loved these games. And realizing how, like platforming and, combat tend to be antithetical to each other.
Oh, didn't see that coming.
But you can make some very, curious things happen when you're able to mush them together like you can in the speedrun. Don't usually get both hits on him there, so that's nice. I'll be able to get through here with relative ease, and be able to go on very quickly. Damn. Imagine only playing Eternal Night this year. No, just kidding. It's definitely not something that's as high priority or necessarily very fun or revealing to for most people. It's just very specific circumstances and time dedication have led me to where I am right now. Okay, I was worried that he would have the long death animation there, but I was able to yeah. Yeah, I can't say I've played the games that you're comparing that to, and I still haven't really read that entire message, but it already sounds interesting, you know, like climbing almost parkour type shit could be a very good backdrop for speedrunning shenanigans. Whoops, that didn't end up hitting this guy. Oh well. Schloobell. More like blue shell, because I'm gonna be gunning for a record and then they'll fuck me up. Ha 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 ha. Very weird to mention Mario next to a game like this. Alright, see if we can get this. That's a bad angle. That's terrible. Oh my god. Alright, I am... There it is. Oh! Fuck. Seriously? Come on. There it is. Or why does it keep pushing me further? Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I wouldn't... Parkour was a pretty bad word to use there. What the fuck is wrong with this setup, though? Okay, I guess I just didn't hold neutral. Alright, I'll take the 30-second time loss or whatever the fuck it is. There is a way to make that skip easier with a, like triple jumping with an enemy, but questionable. Hopefully this... Nope! Okay, I guess I have to reset anyway. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Ginge, I was also hoping to use this stream to, like, make a more full run and demonstration with the controller cam. So that you can have... Whoops, did I load, or did I... fuck. I loaded the game. Yeah, I haven't been having that much trouble with this particular skip. Perhaps it's just my brain being a bit frazzled. Yeah, look at how fucking far back that puts you. I mean, I know I was just on the precipice of a new checkpoint, but come on. Make sure my splits aren't ruined. Alright, and we'll refresh the capture card just to be safe. Alright. Some more emphasis on climbing the stamina system in the foggy atmosphere. Yeah. I can see where, like something with pretty peculiar utility with, like, minor collisions on cliff sides and, like, stamina management. Yeah, I can see that being a very curious speedrun, but also potentially a very stressful one, with how much nuance might go into that. And the sort of nuance that maybe isn't even necessarily obvious to the average viewer, or at first, or something like that. Perhaps the fog could make things more visually difficult. Interesting. Yeah, I'm always down to see... Like, I mean, it sounds like something that could be rather dynamic. I can't say I know terribly many runs that are like that. There was... Oh, man, there was this, fucking, thing I was a part of. How Runs, I think it was called. It was this, like, mini... community-held speedrun marathon. There was, like, some VR speedrun that involved climbing that I was going to check out. They didn't fucking, like, highlight the VODs or anything, and I wasn't able to view them that week, though, so this? I don't remember, like, what the game was or anything, and... So that actually kind of pulled up some, old, memories. Climbing VR speedrun, like, jeez. Come on. Alright. Trying to make a note to myself on the side there. I should say,
Cindy, what are you doing out here?
as far as like the main categories for this game, you've really got any percent and New Game Plus are really the ones that I've routed. Perhaps one could make a no major skips category. Sort of a more casual, less tech intensive version, since this game is obscenely hard.
How did that happen?
Typically anyways. But regardless, with this new skip, theoretically sub 130 would be possible, which I was doing runs gunning for sub 135 and was very close until like my game crashed just the other day. But now I can hope for sub 130 as a threshold. If my estimations are right in terms of how much time that the skip saves. It could even save a little more. And then New Game Plus is actually pressing upon the sub 30 mark, although that is very difficult and abides by a few very rough thresholds to cross over that aren't necessarily in your control. Oh, you went back and saw the skip for the double trials thing. I don't know if you saw like the setup for. I mean, it's essentially the same. You do that skip twice in a perfect world. Oh yeah, 100% you would have to go into each trial, so you can technically go and redo the trials from out of bounds, but that would also be pointless. Because I don't think there's necessarily a way to like get the collectibles inside and then stupid torch. And then be able to, you know, like quit out or something, since you wouldn't be able to like force the game to save in any capacity there. 100% is always something that, I don't know. I know that I'm going to eventually do it, but I'm not very excited for it. I kinda, intended to do it for the purposes of just completion rather than legitimate interest, and also as a celebratory thing for making the milestones that I am on the precipice of here. Technically, okay, hold on, Colt. I definitely missed some good shit from your end. I have to be particular in this run now about you always had to be pretty peculiar with your upgrade crystals, but even more so now with a few being cut due to skipping electric trial anyway. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, without certain... Okay, without the more difficult strats, I mean, you can still, like, sub 2, maybe even, like, 145 or something. Can I get this? There we go. Yeah, I've been meaning to check out the 100% run and stuff as well. I was going to do that before I ended up doing a grind, but I just got like so... Yo, charged drip? The enemies got drip, guys! It's crazy. It's such a dank game. He's got drip in the fire fucking dream, so he's also blazing it. Wow. Wild. Charge drip. Or maybe he's still collecting his drip, you know, like... I don't know. Which is a shame, because we scuffed his armor real bad. He died, for the sake of drip.
Hello? Hello?
On a more serious note, though, I'm certainly going to, return to, like, looking at those runs that you have performed. But, I think, a 5-minute time save and, having controller cam for said run and everything would be heavily desirable. Yeah, I'm sure that you can cut a fair bit from 100%. Although I'm still excited. I still can't help but be happy that other people just picked up and did a run, even if very casual and not very I mean, it's hard to do a lot of the tricks in this game, so... yeah, Colt, if you could, like, send me the Discord thing, and then perhaps also the asset stuff, and, like, we can, like, find each other and friend on Discord and stuff, I think that there's at least some, future potential, perhaps down the line, that can be very valuable within that. Even if not,
Check this out.
I much appreciate your insight and company. Good luck, by the way, Ginge, on your own respective runs. It's good to see someone else pushing the game. I'll have to come for you in 100% sometime.
Oh, didn't see that coming.
Okay, didn't have enough for a Comet Dash there. Just a gem short. Yeah, I'm sure it was like... Okay, I wasn't sure if I actually hit the... Yeah, I'm not sure of the stability of that. I probably could have hit the gem crystal there, but I didn't want to risk missing that skip, so I'm just gonna end up losing a handful of seconds here. Not too big a deal. Much better than having to awkwardly reset that scenario. Oh. Should be just enough. Perfect. Didn't even need to, like, slow my descent that much. I can't tell if this is capture card memeing or what the fuck that was. That scared the shit out of me, though. Hopefully, my disc isn't dying there, too. Oops. Okay, so that's why I don't do a Comet Dash there. Oh nice, he did get the extra damage from the bomb. Come on, turn around. Alright, good. Got the swift death. Thanks to Fire Breath. They kind of just melt to that as opposed to having to like flip over and growl and shit. Alright. Can you actually send it to me in DMs, because then it will actually like persist as opposed to, I mean, it's fine if you'd rather not. It's just a preference of mine. Okay, second try is not terrible. Usually I split here, but it's difficult to do so, so I'm just kind of skipping this. Alright. Thank you so much, Cole. You are really opening my eyes and making me feel very excited for this game. Even more than I already have been. Like, it's been a real roller coaster ride the last couple weeks. Multiple people fucking contact me about learning this game, and this other friends showing interest in exploring this game, giving me feedback. Okay. That was a little awkward, but it works. There should still be this guy. Okay. Die, please. Kinda just got stunned there for a little while, so I lost a second, but it's no big deal. Okay. Got that cleanly, did not... Okay. Don't want to leave him for too long, because then you can get a, cutscene there. So a little bit of dragon time never hurts in that case. Yeah, it's okay that you haven't been modding.
Right. Let's do it.
I just feel like your knowledge can be influential for me learning how to, and perhaps through that, I can be sort of inspired to do so myself. Alright, this is going to be a little awkward. Sailor, Pacer. Well, the pace for the Sailor section, Pirates, is plenty set enough. Probably could have done a Comet Dash back there to get extra damage on these guys, but I kind of fucked it up. Alright, and then hit the guys behind him for significant damage. Whoops. Missed that guy. It's very hard to optimize these fights. Tend to want to hit the larger guys because they act as a spawn point for the... or like a spawn prerequisite for the other larger ones. Oh shoot, Treasure Planet? Isn't that the fucking, like Jack and Daxter clone or something? Which I haven't played either game, but one of my other friends speedruns that and was speaking pretty highly of that game, even though I guess it's a bit of a meme. Thought I was gonna get frozen and fall. 102 Dalmatians. I gotta say, mad respect for caring about, you know, much more overlooked, unbeloved, and you know, both obscure like licensed games and all that shit. That's like the specialty here. Like one of my other main speed games is Ratatouille. Bit of its own thing. Interesting. Well, nonetheless, all sounds like great stuff. I know that's gotta be a bit of a thankless job, so even if I can't necessarily understand what goes into that or the source material, I do think that's something that, oh shit. That's not gonna make it. Oh shit, it is! Let's go! Alright. They're all clustered. This is gonna suck. Okay, just enough room there to make that, I think. Getting both the ground and the air Comet Dash was critical there. Not sure if I was gonna be able to Comet Dash that. I will grab the health here just for safety. That probably wasn't necessary, but that last bit made me scared, so... Oh. Well, at least they were all very low health. Pretty good fight. That kind of work, I don't know, I feel like it's gotta be harder than more popular games that have kind of like a bit of fan base to them. That was a shitty fight. I missed out by like one fireball. Oh, nice. Wind Waker work. That'll get you some good training. But nonetheless, that work is I'd imagine significantly harder. And a lot of solitude, potentially. Oh shit. Can I get on top of this? Oh my god! Okay, that was very scary. And also very bad. Probably should have focused on that. Not to, speak ill of the chat, of course, but... be pretty tight. Okay, sure, man, fuck me. I guess either way, I got a very quick kill on them. Right, right. A lot of solitude in there. There was like some other term that I was going to use though. And it's bothering me because I can't remember it. Not sure. Okay. Oh, it goes unnoticed. I mean, I said it was thankless, but like... it can feel very, it can feel very, I suppose pointless and, you know, there's definitely some existential dread involved there. I think is what I'm trying to say. As silly as that may sound. People just don't respect that shit enough, both like the games and the effort to go into them.
What are we doing here?
Even with myself, you know, like I can't necessarily fathom that. Like that's not necessarily people's fault, I guess, but
Do not let your fire control you.
Yeah, and I guess there can also be, like, because people don't have a way to gather what that's like, the expectations can be kind of, warped, perhaps, or that people just are not knowledgeable enough to be impressed. Or come across it in the first place, you know? Yeah, I think the other part of what you're saying there is that your work almost maybe feels incomplete. It's like you wish you had more to show for it. Type of deal. Which I suppose is the kind of thing that is pushing me into wanting to do that kind of stuff with these speedruns. Admittedly, I'm not very good at being able to understand, like, social media and getting myself out there and, you know, catching, like, getting more attention for these games. That's still something that I'm going to be, you know, working on in the future, but I also at this point feel as though there's more noteworthy and wider impact things to work on, even though these are great and I feel very prideful in them. This is a bit of a tricky section. Okay, not very much dragon time needed to be consumed there, so that's pretty cool. Oh, can you attack that? Okay. Oh yeah, Reignited is fucking sick. I haven't even played it, but like that thing single-handedly is like, I don't know, Spyro's been in limbo for so fucking long, and to like be able to not only breathe new hope into previously passionate players, but like there's so many new people that have picked that up too. It's mainly accessibility, I think, more than it is like anything with necessarily the game itself or being necessarily all that inspirational. Perhaps it can mean... Aw, man, I did not want to hit both of those at the same time a bunch. Because that kinda, like, the game can't really load that many gems at the same time, so that might have, I'll have to collect more, I think, in the late game. Okay, I'm surprised I got as many gems as I did. Although that's partially thanks to, me stopping for a moment there. Okay, that should be more than enough. Okay, that'll work. Oh my god, okay. Whatever. Little bit of stuttering again. Not sure what that's about, but you know. Basically, though, what I'm trying to say about Reignited is that in the similar vein as our passion projects, I think it's perhaps more interesting where this can lead, in some, at least for some of it. as opposed to what it already is doing. You know? Spyro kind of had to do this stepping stone thing. Oops, I forgot how to do anything. Okay. Fuck. Very input intensive section there, so. Oh, nice. Got the air attack in there. Come on. That isn't to say, I mean, I feel like, I feel pretty strongly about all of the, things past, present, and, future. At least that, I've managed to make happen for this game, but there's always seeds of doubt. Oh, nice. I was able to get, some bonus gems. Late collect of sorts. Can that hit? Okay, I guess not. Okay, I tend to overshoot whenever I, Oh, come on. Okay, good enough. Okay, that was very close to bonking. This isn't necessarily confirmed, but I'm starting to have the superstition that holding L and or X would speed up cutscenes. It certainly speeds up the text in the dream worlds, so that's good to know. I don't think leaving those early leaves any gems behind. That would be good to check. I've been like kind of pressuring like with how trying to make the that tighter. The amount of gems may be more influential than before. So like staving off like so that you get every gem you can squeeze from each crystal hit, because if you hit it again more than once, then it's going to deload the gems even when they're like partially attracted to you. I don't think they actually end up having their they don't enter your like upgrade pool or however you wish to describe it. Okay, that was tight. That was scary. Definitely could have done a better angle there. Oh wait, I think I'm off on my splits right now. Someone can you tell me which split is currently active? Okay. Right. I'm not going for the dumb, ledge skip here. You can, like, Jellyfish Fields one. Okay. So I thought I split when I went inside the fucking thing. I should make real split names for this. I didn't even think any percent was gonna be interesting when I first picked it up, so I made a bunch of stupid split names. I still don't necessarily regret that though, but that could confuse people, I think. I mean, people already familiar with the game. I don't know. I don't know that it's all that distracting. Thank you, though. I was worried that I oversplit. Okay, nice. Time for Arboric. Am I gonna go for the one cycle? Okay, well, whatever. We'll just go for the 2 cycle. Or we won't hit anything and feel bad about it. Okay. I was worried there. Hey. Okay, that was scary. For a time. Probably some time lost there, because I think in my PB I do manage to get 1 cycle. It's a very tight trick though. Or maybe I just get better luck or something. Solar surfing. Here, I'm gonna try and read and make sense of that, but I've never touched the Treasure Planet game, so it's gonna be a little difficult on my end. I'm gonna assume it's like Silver Surfer. I see. So it's like, it's got good mechanics, but it doesn't necessarily have the level layouts that make good use of those. That's always a weird scenario to be in. Perfect. Baited him real good. Sorry if I sound a little exasperated. I'm both feeling intense and sick, so not a good combination for the throat, but here we are anyway.
Swing low, sweet chair.
Could use a good... Fuck! No, I mean, we all could use a good fuck, but what I really meant... Oh god! I knew that was gonna be awful. Fucking double jumped. And I had them too close, and I had the timing all awful. Hello? Okay, thanks. Thanks, Dragon Time, for activating, too. I hate this fight. Okay, sure, he blocked. Really? Really, 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 please stop. Fuck, that was awful. Lose another, like, 40 seconds there, probably.
Great crowd, huh?
Good god.
Get 'em to do the wave.
I don't need these heart attacks right now. They literally pincered me, you know? I didn't even mean that for that to be a joke, but they have claws, so it works out.
Be steady, Spyro.
Jack 2 hoverboard. Zoomers. Again, another game I unfortunately have not played, but
Power of Earth and nature is...
I'm getting a better sense, at least. Okay. Don't do that. Yeah, sorry. That was a bad, thing. That was all just from hearsay. From my friend that does speedrun them. I appreciate the effort to, you know, make that information more accessible and understandable to me. Yeah, I need to start horn diving there again. Okay. So yeah, already, like, I mean, it's been a very good run so far, minus Rule Run the Terrifying. That's pretty accurate. Minus, I think it was just that particular fight. Was there anything else, really? I don't think so. But that's... No, there was like something, I think... Oh, there was a really bad assassin fight. Both of those fights fucking sucked. But I could still be okay with this, especially for a first run with this strat. Like, damn. Yeah. Games like that tend to be very technical and optimized. Right. There's been a lot of particularly good gameplay though, so I can't be all that mad. Give me that, and then I'll fly over here, and now we're good. So the reason for coming over here is actually to prevent this crystal in the middle from blowing up entirely. And that's so that we can utilize it once from its respawning to be able to get a Fury at a later section. Oh yeah, Dawn of the Dragon looks fucking sick. And supposedly a lot of it's simple. I don't have all that much experience with the game, considering, one, I literally just finished it for the first time, like, maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago, like, maybe 1 or 2 months ago. And for two, I've not been able to figure out the tech, even though I've read or watched the little old tutorial videos. I feel like those games also have a lot of potential in them for reroutes. Okay, thanks. Not that it matters much, it's just chip damage. It's still obnoxious. Thank goodness for the earth flail. Not the speedrun tech? Well, what sort of tech would you be referring to? Referring? Referring. Damn. Basic movement glitches. Well, yeah, like the super launch BS and like Cinder climbing walls forever and whatever, and the like. They do have exciting news. Oh, I have to suck this man off. There we go. Since we, you know, fucked him up so bad to begin with. Right. Yeah, I could not get any of that stuff to really work. Although I think I tried on... I was actually, you know what? I was able to get some of the stuff I got it to happen like once on PS2. I think when I played it originally, I was borrowing someone's Wii copy. Okay. Whoops. Is that all of them? Damn, nice. Yeah, if you stay in there for long enough. Oh, fuck. I got baited.
Over here.
Can't see, thank you. Then, yeah, if you stay in that little, like, area long enough beneath the steps, that was close for that bomb, then you can bait the enemies to come down. That's very good. Makes the combat faster, and you don't have to reposition yourself for gems a lot. Oh shit, okay. Well, can you hit things, Spyro? Alright, that was a little stupid and jank. I feel like there's gotta be a better way to get past that door. It's so obnoxious. I hate this floor. There we go. Damn. Actually made it. That's a very tight set of doors to go through. Do I have... You know what? I will do this normally for the rest of this. It'll be fine. Save me from having to do the death trigger thing. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna end up killing both of those guys in just a second here, so... Avoid the bomb, get the gems, save the town and Mr. Krabs. Good memes today. Try not to get stuck in the jet stream there. Oh yeah. I can't imagine that there's more jank that you could... I can't imagine that there isn't more jank. A bit of a double negative there, but forgive me. There's certainly more that could be found with that wing thing is essentially what I'm saying though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have enough magic here to do this more cleanly. There used to be that strat where you would like climb the wall in the like the tower defense fight with the cannons and whatever, where you would just kind of like climb forever and hit a invisible trigger or something like that. And I think in the current world record they don't even do that, which is a bit of a shame. It's a very obviously overpowered tech, so... That'll do, I think. Oh, I wanted to kill this guy. He was nowhere to be found, though. Okay, as long as I can make it over to part of the steps, that kinda keeps me from getting... Never mind, you can still get cut. Oh, nice. Bonus gems. It's gonna be great and helpful. Oops. Where's the other guy? There he is. And there was just one more. Okay, he was just one. I should have comet dashed that. Whoa, okay, it did actually. That should be basically full. Alright, cool.
You're toast.
It gives me a lot of extra to work with coming up here. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Fuck you! Seriously? Do you know how many RNG things went through for them to do every strong attack in the game right in a row? I didn't even get the turbo glide. Fuck you. All that extra magic and whatever didn't matter either because I ended up getting it here. I'm not comet dashing into that. I used to do that in runs and yeah.
Onwards to battle.
One of the most dangerous decisions you can make in your life. I had a death in some other fight. That wasn't the 2 I mentioned, or am I wrong? I think I'm wrong. Okay. That'll work. Try to get some bonus gems here after the Fury and whatever. Right. Trying to drag these people over here. I'm wondering if maybe the game crashes just had to do with, it looks like I got everything, so I'm gonna keep going up here. Get these gems before those. Yes! Yeah, the game is very, the series is very padded. For sure. And the monotony of it, of course. None of that helps. Hopefully we'll see, Okay. Can I, like, not get 5 million damage from this? And then I guess we can hit this with... Okay, I'm close enough. You can, like, fall into this cutscene. I'm a little worried for my magic here, so I'm not going to Comet Dash into him. Come on. I was very close to having to rely on melee attacks there. Very fortunate with mashing there. Yeah, this game's probably one of the worst offenders too, with this whole fucking pirate motif. It's literally a third of the game. Literally. Like, practically no matter how you slice it. Yeah, these games certainly push the PS2 hardware very hard and have... sometimes I think they overdo it on the dark style, but overall, like with it and the concept art and the designs for the characters in Spyro, even though there aren't very many characters, I think they did pretty damn well, all considered. Okay, it makes me very scared to move on this ship, in case it might go backwards. Right. Sorry, I'm just very focused right now. I know I haven't been chatting all that much. Oh, okay. That one's over anyway. Next ones aren't nearly as hard, but they're still, very commanding of attention. Okay. I think the base premise of these games is also pretty cool, both in terms of story and gameplay, but they don't necessarily get to flesh that out all too well because bad budget and noob developers, I suppose, if I were to try and diagnose it really quickly. That's good. I could have done more sprinting there, but I didn't feel confident in... Oh, come on. I didn't feel confident in... Yep, okay, the scorpion isn't here, so I can take this risk. Wait, in comparison to what? Eternal Night? Oh, I Am Alive. I thought you were trying to say Eternal Night's a walk in the park. I was like, bruh. This is actually one of the areas with skip potential still. You can, like, barely sort of work your way around this cutscene trigger, but you have to also hit the switch here to be able to override it within a very short time window. I've only really ever been able to do it once or twice. I don't really remember how. Okay, yeah, that makes sense now. I was gonna say, I Am Alive has gotta be very fucking ridiculous. If that's the case. Oh, damn. Well, you know. Everyone's gotta start somewhere. To be fair, any percent is actually the second category I've routed. Like I mentioned earlier, this game is, this category has had about, 3 years less development. And a lot of my quote-unquote speedrunning with that originally was just glitch hunting. And not necessarily highly, highly skill-based or intuitive to, like, good gameplay.
I better be a bit more careful.
I know I didn't really... Indicating of good gameplay, perhaps, is the word that I want. Also, I kind of jumped early on that. These boats can glitch pretty easily. And, like, start going backwards. Alright, that should be enough. Okay. Sometimes with how, like, Scab's body is very, like, upside down triangular shaped, it can be pretty difficult to hit some of the earth flails because it's like directly in front of your face and that's it. We saw that a little bit with the Scab 1 fight. I know I'm not necessarily explaining everything that's going on screen, but I wasn't necessarily expecting to do a showcase today. Yeah. Going back on that whole stuff dragging on, they have some good ideas. They didn't implement very many, I would say. Oh, nice. I got the fucking awful sound glitch right before I'm about to do lightning jumps, too. Maybe I forgot to split. Which one am I on? I should be on Lightning Dream, I think. Oh. Yeah, I don't trust that. Come on. Yeah, get over here, you dumbass. Okay, whatever. Okay. So if I'm on Scab 2, then yeah, I forgot to split. Alright, I fucked this section up. That sucks. It's like 30 seconds lost. Also, no, my sound didn't, this is a pretty bad omen, because usually when I get this, it means, the game's gonna crash in the end. But, there's a glitch, I think, where various sound channels kinda get clogged from, bullshit on the pause menu. So there's just no more, I guess both sound effects and music. Except for in the in-game, or the rendered cutscenes, rather. I should be on Lightning Dream split at least now. It's really fucking disappointing to think that a run of this fairly good of caliber could be restricted to restricted from the fucking the sound glitch. In before it just crashes right now. Alright. Well, we get to continue for a little longer. Might as well kill him. Oh. Shit. Are you kidding me? And the game fucking... I didn't even press it that long. Oh, now I die because this game doesn't know how to fucking load this place after you... These splits are completely inaccurate, too. It looks like I was behind, though. So it wasn't that great of a run. God damn it, though. That is a fat fucking shame. Alright. Be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom and freshen up for a new run. Whatever, that can stay there. Alright. We're gonna go again. To get this set up. Anyhow, yeah, many speedrun marathons definitely need are desert, or at least are deserving of gratitude and attendance. Getting that stuff to grow. It's gonna be the future of speedrunning, man. Yeah. It can be hard to, I mean, there's not that much reason to, I guess, if you're not feeling competent or, like, confident enough to bring... Well, not so much if you're feeling, but if you're, like, haven't been performing for a while, it's harder to justify for yourself, you know? Yeah. Usually want to do something a little differentiated. Alright. Nice. Nice on the 120%. That's gotta be... That's some old PlayStation memes right there for sure. I can't believe how far they would push that kind of idea. For I need more cushion in my back here. Cause like for the various like original trilogy stuff, you got like 107%, and you've also got like 120 or 110 or something. And I get it that it's like, oh, it's extra secret shit, but it's a little obnoxious. At least to me. Yeah. I don't really know how frequent that practice is. Seem to kind of just be that little block of games or that era. I think it's a fine idea when done sparingly. I feel like otherwise, like when you get up to like 120%, like the whole 20% of the game where you could like collect it and think that you're done. And like, I don't know, like that just seems like such a huge chunk as to be defeating the purpose. Like actual in-game stuff. Are they like various like, ooh, do this on the title screen or something weird?
What was that?
Dut! That says name backwards. I don't know really what possessed me to say that, other than that my brain is a little fried from the focus of the last run. Always rough coming back to the fray. Alright. At least I got the
Cinder, what are you
fast
doing?
camera thing there. Which can be less than consistent. Cool.
How did that happen?
The purpose.
Have to be a little weary of my controller this run because I'm trying to eat something on the side here. Try not to fuck it up too bad. Hilarious. Why did I stop gliding? I was expecting that I'd land there and then double jump. That's why. Damn. I mean, do you have to play on normal difficulty as well as the hard difficulty then, or like to unlock it, or and then like I assume that that's maybe like, oh, like here's an achievement for dying 30 times or whatever. Because, like, if it's a haha funny achievement, then, you know, maybe I can understand. But the difficulty thing seems like maybe you can just get that from the get-go. Could use a drink here too. Alright. I hope that wasn't too obnoxious. Cricket is very specifically tuned in terms of tempo.
Hey, look at this.
Very consistent. Okay, so yeah, it's essentially just you do the run on hard difficulty. Yeah. Okay. That's not too terrible, but that is still weird, you're right. I'm very curious now, having this return to my mind. Usually you don't get too many to hear all that much of excuse me, all that much detailed opinion from people who have played both original series and Legend of. Like, what was that experience like? Because I presume perhaps you came across it, you know, just from the pure intrigue in Spyro as a series, and you know, there was plenty to be miffed and or disappointed about between those times. And then what has allowed it to, I guess, remain with you.
Clear your mind, Spyro.
Played all the home console Spyro games. Damn. I think I've played most of them. Well, no. I mean, I own... Yeah, I played a decent bit of both Hero's Tale and Enter the Dragonfly. They were on PS2, and like that section was a hell of a lot more accessible and like knowledgeable to me. And yeah, okay, so I guess I just haven't played the PS1 trilogy. I don't really remember my time on Hero's Tale, but I know that I played it for a bit. There was a point where, like, you come to, like, an opening cave in a waterfall or, like, lush area like that, and then do, like, a sparks flying thing. That's when I last remember playing. Yeah. That is fair. I do feel like these are the most inspired Spyro games since the original trilogy. Most, I mean, obviously they had like a fair bit of hype and everything around them, at least in the sense of it being a full-on reboot and revitalization. Obviously, as we both know, it has mixed results, but I feel like it's, even if the game isn't necessarily that much better, I feel like it's more respectable, perhaps, if that's the right word, than A Hero's Tale and Enter the Dragonfly. I've been half tempted to try the console versions recently because I realized there's actually some stuff in there that ends up getting sort of reworked or used in the Legend of games. Plus, they're severely overlooked in their own right. Yeah, for me, I mean, I didn't have any, you know, I didn't have any baseline to compare to with any of the other Spyro games. This was my first experience with that, as shameful as that is. Oh lord, how could one ever? Although that is a fair thing, like, oh, I want you to enjoy the original trilogy, because they're great, you know, like, there's a bit of, perhaps, feeling of disappointment within that, but, you know, nonetheless, these games, I mean, I didn't play terribly many games, but I did have, like, somewhat of a, you know, catalog of games before I had played these, and I found them to be very, unlike anything on the market and that was out at the time, or at least that I had played, because most of the stuff I had done was platformers, but any kind of, like, fighting nonsense going on was completely missed by me, and this was a way in which that was both accessible and, you know, even though it was simple, even to the point of being, like, perhaps too simple, I still found it, like, satisfying enough, and it became, like, my favorite sort of, like, wind down bullshit guilty pleasure game. Oh, he's scared. Get fucked though. We'll hit this guy. No, come on. Man, these enemies are being ruthless in this fight. Yeah, so missing the quick kill on this fucker means you have to deal with this. He should just fucking stop, but he doesn't. Yeah, that's okay that you don't have anything to say about the handheld games. But yeah, it's a New Beginning. I had played for a very long time because there wasn't as much accessibility. I don't know, like I couldn't find Eternal Night for a good long time. I'm not even really sure how I actually ended up getting I mean, I guess I bought it from the same store, but like at what point?
Hey, what's this?
Because I had like worked on finishing this game with one of my like grade school friends of the time. Because its intense difficulty required a lot of trial and error, and even though it's very unfair, I very vividly remember that.
Oh, didn't see that coming.
So for the longest time, New Beginning was like a significant favorite over Eternal Night, but then I kind of wanted to show it to the game and like get more out of it after I beat it by doing like glitch hunting with Dark Spyro, and that kind of led us into where we are right now. To keep that section from being too long, because it most certainly would be. Honest opinion time. Uh-oh! Hot take alert.
How's that?
Maybe if I don't press a direction, that's what I can... Dude. Yeah. Fucking Spyro had been dead forever. Like, I'm amazed at how much, like, I've come to unearth about this franchise just by having, like, had, like, correlations through this game. Stone Ice, let's go. I can see why a lot of people would be, upset or saddened by this stuff, because it's like somewhere where you can point and be like,
Yikes!
it can be like a symbol for one's disappointment. I'm not sure what the fuck could have killed him there, but he died. Okay, got this. Almost didn't land on that. Okay. Okay. You have to throw off his aim there a bit, so that you don't fall off into the void forever. But yeah, it's easy, and I'm not saying that people are like stupid or wrong for doing this. But, it's easy to be like, you know, attributing a lot of those, sort of unheard feelings of longing and also disgust towards these games because they were perhaps the most promising and quite literally like return to form kind of Spyro games, or like, you know, at least in terms of like taking the series in back into prominence. Obviously they didn't necessarily do that.
Let's do it.
I didn't get the jump off there because I tried to buffer it too soon. Still could have done it, but it was only a second, so. It's also not necessarily sure. But, I was not sure what would happen with this larger enemy there, so. I'm really disappointed I didn't even get to the point where I could have done the trial skip. But we need to get these medium boys, for sure. There's one other. Damn it. I thought I saw a second one around. So both in terms of the type of game and the quality of game, it's not what a lot of people came to expect. And so a lot of people feel pretty burned by that. I really don't know what the fuck they were doing with the licensing for Spyro, though. That's probably another half of the problem. I already kind of forgot what I said, but... that guy can hit you through there. Oh, I was talking about the fucking developers, yeah. And the fucking state of the... yeah, like... it's no wonder they fucking passed it around like it was nothing. Like, I understand that, Insomniac was kinda like done with the series or whatever, but... I don't know. It's hard for there to be anything terribly much better than this when, there aren't prolific people, piloting it. I would say that in one way or another, the people that made these is pretty prolific. This was, incredibly hard to, pull off, but the end product is not very, delightful. Even within its own vision, you know? And yeah, especially with Hero's Tale, I feel like, those games are just kind of trying to, be like... it almost feels like a knockoff, classic Spyro game. Like, so half-baked. All the story... the literal, like, story at the start is literally just like, oh, it's another Spyro adventure, right? Oh, how did he... okay, sure. Oh, come on now. I need to be more careful with how I get hit there. Normally I have a few more fireballs to work with in New Game Plus, and perhaps my muscle memory is betraying me. Even just... Okay, excuse me a second. Even just beyond this being, like, new and interesting, you know, I say it still also succeeds somewhat, right? It's harder to succeed at something new and untested, I would say, than regurgitation. Which again means it's at least admirable for that. And I think that to the people that have followed these games, it's obvious that more was possible. It just didn't get to happen. People still want it to happen all these years later. Okay. I had did that twice. I should have been gliding, I guess, after those. How hard is the 120% category, by the way, and I am alive. Just out of curiosity, since you were saying about the other one. Fuck off. I hate when he just takes 16 years to appear for whatever reason. You know what, it might have to do with me cutting into the right there. Perhaps that's closer to the tree, and that makes him more quickly available, as it were.
Do not let your fire control you.
Glad to have subtitles on again. Didn't realize I missed those in my previous setup. Ought to get some of this Mountain Dew in before, fuck! I hope I didn't fuck that up too bad. I guess that isn't too bad! I guess that wasn't too bad. I suppose 15 minutes isn't all that much. Yeah. Namely just that you have to do the things that you would normally skip. And then those extra little tidbits that you mentioned. It could be that, like, there's some games where, like, you just naturally kind of 100% by playing through. Although I don't know the extent of the skips in that game. I guess, though, returning to the Legend of topic, I guess I'm curious, well, perhaps you have already sort of answered it with saying it's what the series needs, like... Surely there was some inner turmoil, like, with, everything since the original series, including probably these games as well when they were coming out. It's a damn shame that that's the only thing people have had to look towards. Even Reignited is essentially just a repackaged original trilogy. It's a damn fine remake though. But it's not much to hang on by in terms of something more and something fresh.
I've seen this.
Sometimes I guess I feel a little guilty or ignorant not really seeing what it is that other people are defending while defending you know, these silly kind of shitty games. Right. Lost touch, more like he lost his life. Could have sprinted a little more there. Also could have Comet dashed into that. That would have put me in a potentially awkward position. Yep, saw that shit coming. Always love that. I guess I could have adjusted with a little bit of dragon time. I really shouldn't fucking have to. Yeah. It doesn't even necessarily have to be like the original trilogy experience, but just anything that was like a solid Spyro experience, really. Although the way most people define Spyro would be by that measurement, so you know. If that's the measurement that we want to go by, then so be it. Yes, Spyro 4 is the hope on everyone's mind, for sure. Seems like, I mean, they've positioned themselves for it to be more than possible, but whether or not they want to do it and will see it as like lucrative or whatever remains to be seen. We can always be, of course, glad that it exists in some form, but it doesn't make the stinging go away. Okay, sure. Do the air thing. The air bonk. Okay, I could have gotten a few more in. Okay, that's not too terrible of a fight. I definitely could have gotten another hit or two in earlier on, but yeah, I was like, definitely gonna bonk there. Excuse me. Spyro and the fans that have followed it for so long deserve more. And I think sometimes the backlash for these games is understandable, both in terms of the merit of these games and also from the point of view of like, realistically, they're not necessarily like owed anything, right? But it is kind of tragic. Damn, slipping through there with the Comet Dash feels so good. Good and clean. Our hands are clean, Squidward. Clean. I wanted to get another bite of this before going into this level, if possible. I guess it is possible. It's always a much longer cutscene than I usually anticipate. I felt bad because I was getting to talk about Legend of speedrunning with my friend for essentially the first time. Okay, almost overshot that. And they were quite eager to point out the Reignited trilogy. I was like, yeah, that is another Spyro game. But it was clear they had no clue what was going on behind the curtain. I was glad that they pointed it out nonetheless, because, you know, I was like, thanks for making the effort. Didn't realize you could get caught on the corner of that wall, by the way. Oh, okay. Nice, Dude, what? Did they actually hit the crystal, or did I, like, trigger some kind of glitch where the melee damage got, like, multiplied because it hit, like, multiple enemies at the same time? Like, that whole crystal just went away. Like, you saw it too, so... Crazy stuff. Perhaps I'll get to look back at that at some point. Good. Yeah, I'm liking how I'm like occasionally using like airborne movements to make certain things more confirmed or whatever. I want to hit his hand a few times. Okay, yeah, I could have gone for... Is he gonna spin ever? Finally. Probably could have gone for one cycle there, but very questionable it would have been. Yeah, I should have hit that sooner before shifting over, but I felt threatened by his attacks or something. I don't know. I definitely can be doing this boss more cleanly, but it's pretty good overall, so I can't complain too badly. Okay. Good enough. Sometimes you can make it reach to like half, but I'll accept this.
Ah! This doesn't look good.
It's just always good to do that because, you know. Oh, you know what? Jumping like out of bounds of the regular fight might be the best thing to do. You can do like this, right? It's something like that. She's like, well, that's the only way to cover that. That could be what's going on there. It's just a little difficult because you have to return to neutral to be able to do that empty jump. Alright, let's do this way better, please. That'll do. Perfect. See, I almost even got it. The one cycle. Don't think I split for that.
I wonder if I can get him to do the wave.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my splits hidden so I don't get too excited. Dude, assassin in this game is such a dank meme. Like, even though it's a very widely, like, reused kind of boss and shit, they make his appearances pretty memorable
Power of Earth and
in the context of this game. Oh, I got the glitch. Whenever it does, okay, so whenever it does that fucking like the hard sound, then I guess it just says fuck you. I'm still not entirely sure what causes that, but you know, I'm already this far in. I hate doing the first 2 levels, so guess we're just putting up with this for the rest of the time. They literally also have ended up being kind of prolific for routing this game, because for the longest time you did have to do both of the assassin fights, so you had not seen the last of him. And it literally would fucking taunt me forever, but now you literally only have to do the first one, at least for New Game Plus is what I'm referring to. This glitch is so fucking ridiculously prevalent, though, that this is probably my most hated thing, because one of the best things about this game, I think, is its sound design is pretty good, but especially the soundtrack. And there's at least some good memes with voice acting. Hold on, I've got to send a message to a friend. Okay, that should be more than enough. Here we go. Things are always more than good over at twitch.tv/epicness. Oh yeah. I was worried that things would crash in the background and I would instantly take those words back. I don't really even need all of that for the Fury, but I feel most comfortable doing so. Literally just one of the main fucking functions of the game. Completely irreversibly screwed. Like, this persists even if you quit out of the file and load it back in. You have to fucking reset the entire game. Like, I can even hear this shit, like, in my ears what it should be. And it's just this fucking eerie bullshit, like... Why? Why does this have to be the case? Okay, I guess you do have to double jump. I'm so sorry that this keeps happening. Are there any particular things with, like, control that you would know? I think the only thing that really bugs me is the tightness of the double jump. And, well, actually, and the turning for controls. Hold on, what did my friend say? Okay. Oh hey, the music's back. Not sure how that happens. Come on. Come on, hit this fucker. Is that everybody? Nope. Come on. There you go. Yeah, turning speed. Or just the general control of that thing. Which I guess it would be turning speed. Yeah, plus they like make everything like hallways in New Beginning. With the exception of the areas where you fight, which are wide and open, but then they're filled with enemies and you don't really have much movement in that game to begin with. Yeah, I think the general, like, turning speed of Spyro, like, typically is fucking phenomenal. You literally can pivot on a dime. And it feels amazing. But the fact that you kind of have to debate that, you sort of, like... I mean, I understand, like, the... Oh, I guess no more music. Again. For whatever fucking reason. No, get over that. $30. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that it's like...
Come on, I'm
It's
sure you'll get
supposed to
it
be
this
like
time.
a speed trade-off kind of deal. Okay. That was dangerous. But the like trade-off speed for control is what I'm trying to say. But the amount at which they do it is pretty damn ridiculous, to the point that most casual players would not really be inclined to use it at all. Except on like long stretches where they don't have anything better to do. And just having better movement in general would be nice. Okay, sure. That almost never comes into play. Alright. That'll work. Damn, even having the speed values, though, is kind of fucked. I guess that's something you would pull from the files, too. I have seen that a little bit with Ratatouille, PS2, PC, all those. Thanks, game. Yeah. I think just using these where the floor fucking lets up or whatever is the best choice. Or it lifts you up. If you have to be conservative of your comet dashes. Don't hit that. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm getting better at turning around there and not getting stuck. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 yeah, oh, oh. Oh, yeah, it's getting to the point where I'm that bothered by this trick glitch meme. Ack. Is that all of them? No? Oh, okay. Fuck him. And then we're just gonna get up here while that's going on. Alright, that worked out. Shouldn't have double jumped there. Okay, so it's just kind of like, here's some code. Yeah, I know there was some weird... Fuck this. Almost fell. I got so many fucking comet dashes across that without my magic falling. And thankfully with, I think it has to do with the, overlapping of other controls there, like, being consistent, like R1 and forward. I didn't change my direction very much there, so... But at least now I have, like, a clip of that with, Nope, 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 nope. Do I go for the Fury? No, I'm going to go up top. Definitely going up top. And then I have to also get around this cannon. Okay, I'm gonna stay behind this guy to get this, and then I'm okay. For fuck's sake. Also, these guys should drop more health. So that you can kind of have scrappier fights. Oh my god. This'll do. Oh. Debug symbols. I mean, any form of, so does that count as, like, prototype? Or, yeah, I think you said that. Yeah, I'll get to collect some extra gems down here, so it won't be that big of a trade-off, realistically. Like, yeah, actually, you just have to do... You have to wait through, this section anyways. Okay, thanks. In before I die climbing this. Yep, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna use all of my fucking magic just to trade off for some of it. Alright. Gonna have fun here. That was way better. How much do people end up selling those for anyways? I feel like people will hoard those for a couple hundred. I mean, it's hard to put a price on something like that, but it's not like the demand for that thing is very high. The interest is only gonna fall on a few people. Like, as far as any intrigue in the item. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't know where to look for ISOs. I mean, I type fucking, you know, like E3 or like demo or something like that. Disc, and nothing ever arises. It's a difficult skip time, so rip chat. Okay. So you can't really upload them as easily. I forgot to fucking time the double jumps out there, so there's a handful of seconds lost to that. Okay. Not a big deal, though. Wait, so you think that the demos are actually more accessible, or there's less restriction on that than what? Just a regular like full game ISO? I guess since it's like not a thing that is sold to the public originally, that would certainly make it more more or less actually, I don't know how I want to say that. I'm a little scared for those bombs, so... Okay. Just made it. Okay, and we are moving. More or less, they aren't as protected of a intellectual property. because they kinda are just, you know, lesser versions or previous, uh-oh.
Over here.
All I saw was I found the prototype, and I freaked out. Have to check that message in a little while. I should have just mashed for the other one. Okay, cool. So he took the route I didn't think he would, so we're gonna 3-cycle him. Or I guess it's more of a 2-cycle. You can... Yeah. Because the initial one is just part of the original thing. Part of the first cycle. Not... so if you could beat him, like, before he goes down, that would be a 0 cycle, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I have all those together and lined up for me to take a peek. Alright. We're getting pretty far into this run, but it is certainly a shame that the sound had to cuck us. It's not a very good representation of this series without its sound. Because that's a very potent and unique piece to this trilogy. Okay. That should work. I'm always uncertain when I do that skip, so... Because it's one of those things that really doesn't look like it should put you here, but it does. And that's because of the actual, like, path of the boat, rather than any particular death trigger. And by that, I mean you're supposed to take one of these, like, rowboats over to that ship. And by following a similar path that it does, you can get there early. Okay, this should still be fine. A little bit sloppy on the way down, but I don't think I had all that much control over that. Jack 1 final boss. Does that have a skip of the same sort? Where you, like, look around and kind of trick the game in some ways? I guess now that
Something's not right.
the sound is kind of gone.
Surrender to its erratic nature.
So half of the sound effects are back right now.
This power is accentuated by your...
Okay. At least the button presses feel pretty cathartic. And are... It always feels weird jumping on that. Die when you get within a certain range. Oh, okay. To, like, reach it sooner. That's pretty cool. Thing with that one, though, is you get a whole fucking, Oh, he targeted the wrong one. And I fucked up the timing. So I don't have any audio. Right. That should definitely work. Thank God. Couldn't spend another run missing that trick. Still some time lost there, though, obviously. Sly the controller. There is some sort of joke to be made there. I guess I wasn't too sly with the controller beforehand. But in terms of how this thing has, this run has felt, with the exception of course, this sound glitch, of no fault of my own, this is wonderful. Okay. There is technically a jump up into that, to the end sector there, but it is incredibly difficult to pull off. And considering how much time save I do still have within the game, I don't feel all that inclined to perform it. This is the point where we start worrying about crashes, though. Besides the one encased in ice. Yeah, I'm not going to do the special little shortcut here with the ice, or not the ice, the lightning vortex, just out of superstition. Map deload. I'm not even sure what that would necessarily mean. Like, the whole, like, level, collision is, like, essentially just lost or forgotten about. You can hear his fucking toenails land. Nothing else, though. So I am going to get this extra crystal here. Hopefully with that, we're gonna be okay for the rest of the run. If not, then I can always end up, there's a second crystal down there that I can route in. That was pretty damn bad. Oh wait, I might still... okay, no. Yeah, I couldn't tell that I had launched him already. Okay, so what's the play here? Alright, we should be able to make here before the cutscene starts and whatever. Good. Good enough, anyway. Still lose a handful of seconds from that, obviously, but that's as good as it may get. What the f... Who would be opening my door? Oh, okay, it's 9:30. Damn, it's a lot later than I realized. I'm glad to see you home. What? I can't believe you didn't bring me chicken.
Well, I was going to, because somebody left it in the, you know, the traffic or whatever.
Yeah.
They left it in the parking lot. And, so I was gonna get you, I was just gonna grab it, because I don't want food to go to waste.
Yeah.
But,
shouldn't have eaten that packet of chicken I found in the parking lot.
Was,
oh, how did that not hit?
waiting for your ride.
Yeah.
And decided, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. Not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, I do. I guess I'm rolling this way.
Wednesday's probably gonna be super as hell too.
Okay, so I figured you had to have been not the most busy. Ice and earth. Electric. Fire. Can I hit this? Okay, I at least got some. Getting closer. Yeah, I have to get this. Damn. And I'm just gonna go through here normally, just so that I have extra magic. Get to do the first fucking... This is my first attempt doing this in a run. Not enough boost from that. Ah, shit. I was not holding a direction, that's the problem.
You're the best.
I can't... Oh, I'm stuck beneath it. Okay. Okay. Even, like, save myself some magic here. Okay, so you can essentially have it warp you further ahead in the level. That is sick. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to watch. See, how much, I have here. Try to get a good mash on these two guys. Great. Okay. Get a good mash on the rest, maybe. Okay, good enough. Yeah, Jack is definitely a game that I need to look into more, both for speedrunning and for casual play. So I mean, the game looks like relatively okay. Seems maybe a little stiff. It's got some weird like movement change in its tech, but it's pretty good overall. Yeah, so long as I'm able to get a full thing before like the Earth Trial boss, I think would be best. Oh, they don't actually have the thing here. That's strange. Come on. And then, of course, that's gonna happen. Alright, good enough. Definitely slow, but we can work on that in the future. So yeah, you should collect the other upgrade crystal, I think is what that would mean. Because it's not that much of a detour. And would save you a lot of routing hassle. Alright, I get it. You got flung a while. Looks like I will get to jump on this. Awesome. Hopefully this all works. It hates loading here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for him. Alright, beautiful. How many trial splits have I gone through? It should be 2. I know it sounds so stupid and unprofessional that I keep asking, but trying to focus more on the run than anything else, so it's easy to lose track by even just one fucks up your whole splits. The actual like order of the trials in my splits is obviously bunk. Okay, I'll be more careful about that, I guess. Also, this guy is taunting in the corner because he's a hell leaf, I guess. Hell leaf cedar leg because he's a fucking evil tree, but not arboric. Oh, didn't get it. I was worried that was him blocking. Oh, I guess he could still kill me at that point. I didn't think I was that
Ready?
low on health. Alright, cool. Alright, now I lose. Yep, I lose. Almost. Oh wow, I managed to get the kill on the other guy while I was attacking them. That ended up actually being very fortunate. Can I not target him? I can't tell if I'm... Alright, fine. The question was if I'm through 2 trial splits or not. Okay. It's okay. You don't need to be completely staring at this stream, obviously. Okay. Got some fortunate spawns here. I can do this joke. Oh, I don't even have to worry about upgrade shit anymore. That's so weird to be the case by this point. Okay. Knew I was gonna have some trouble if I cut that jump short, like horizontally. So, had to do that. So, like, I should have... Am I already at 1 more? Yeah, sorry, the actual split doesn't help because, like, I have the trials. Okay, what is the one after that I have, though? Wait, that was new game. That would have been disastrous. Lightning. Okay, so I need to skip one. Perfect. Because lightning was the last one. Okay. Alright. I almost didn't switch to fire. Okay, that went amazingly cleanly. Let's skip once you know how it works. Is thankfully not that daunting. Right, now we have to fish for earth element. I'll just go with this. It'll be fine for this run. Alright. That'll do. I'm not looking for anything perfect. I could have very well died 6 more times and not seen Earth on that, so
the eclipse would only allow the spirit.
yeah, I'm sure those were massive time saves. Literally have never been done in a run before, so I'm excited to see what that does to my splits. You can get in a comet dash there to reach the ledge, but sometimes you will fall off, so I'm not taking that risk this time. Probably can do a similar thing there, but okay. This is something that can end up happening, this little loop. Come on now. Hit that. Okay, that was literally the last attempt I think I could have had. It looked like I landed like just on top of the spine, like on the side of it, as opposed to like on the point. So I don't know, that vine can be really fucking finicky and hateful. This section could be problematic because my health is extremely low. Come on, die. Alright, he needs to go. This other guy, alright. Perfect. Got a good health regen of sorts. See, sometimes that guy is there, and it makes me think that you could do an out of bounds, but I've only seen it like twice, and both of those times were in this last week, so maybe there's some specific setup shit, having killed like some of them, but not all of them. Okay, made that. That's insane. Okay, time to see if the game shits out on me. Like it already has in part. Oh. Want to get these guys first if possible. The medium ones, I mean. They're very difficult to track down. Kinda have to follow them for a while if you don't, you know. Okay, that works. He spawned into me. Yeah. Didn't mean anything by it. But baka. Okay, here we go. It's already lagging. Unfortunate names, to put it mildly, yeah. Rancid Claw. Okay, yeah, he will warp. That's fine. Okay, just enough there. Up! Oh, okay. Well, that surprised me. I should have collected the magic there. Oh well. Oh, you like... Okay, I misread that. Also, I jumped way too far out and had a bit of a lag spike. Okay, not too much damage here, I hope. Alright. Nice minimalization happening there for Dragon Time. Yeah, the naming system is very strange in terms of how it's works or was implemented or whatever, but I love that it exists because it is stupid and adds great flair to otherwise boring enemies. That's not going to... Yeah, fuck this. I'm just gonna... No, I'm still gonna go for it again. Okay. Up. He targeted the wrong one again. Whatever. Very fortunate on the cycle, so we'll go with it. Right. Okay. Don't hit that. Okay, we're fine now. Chain freeze the cum demon. Oh wait, you have fucking information on how... Someone was literally asking me about how I thought maybe that stuff was generated. Give me a sec. Because that's honestly, like, just in terms of my own, like, pure curiosity, even though it's not that much important. I think it's very curious and funny for each area. So, like, for, like, a first and a last name, essentially. Oh shit, okay. Lots of demons this time. Oh. Whoopsie. Okay, that'll work. Oh shit! Okay, you know what? Just pop it. Okay, yeah. Just read the rest of that. Yeah, I figured it was random. Someone was thinking maybe it was like area specific or like had a few like predetermined selections. Okay, that should be enough. That's good enough. More than good enough. Oops. Alright. Grab some of that. Try not to die there. Please. Laggy ass copy. There's like a bunch of like tiny scratches. You're alright to go AFK. Never need to worry about that. Alright. Now we're on this fight, which is also kinda hard. You know what? Let's just wait. Get this. And then I'll have like a bunch of magic for this round. Oh shit. Please hit him. God damn it. I thought I finished him off. Okay, I almost went and died, but okay. That's not too terrible then for the cycles. It kind of ends up balancing out. Otherwise I would have had to wait like 10 seconds or so to die. Right, here we go. Definitely gonna use Dragon Time. I'm not risking anything on that. Same with any celebratory moves on these. No ground pounding that can soft lock you inside these platforms, so. Just because the collisions are jank. Them moving and everything. You can kind of get stuck inside the center of them and not be able to land. Alright! Final section. Final skip, and then we just have to do the golf fight. Not a piece of peace. Not much downtime really in this game. Fuck. Okay, he's blocking. Glad that I tested for that before. Okay, I am hitting the right dude. Where am I gonna end up? Alright, good. Oops, didn't get quite around that. Fucking beautiful, man. Has all been captured on camera. I don't think there's any chance of crashes anymore. They're obviously a hell of a lot worse than whatever little buggy bits we were having. It's such a shame we don't have the triumphant music. Like, this is the only like other like cutscene in the game that you really get to sit through. It has such a ridiculous call to it. Yes, I even made that jump. That's surprisingly tight. Alright. Goal time. Put your penises together. And hold them tight. Dude, even the, like, visual effects on that looked fucked. Alright. Oh gosh. Alright. Oh, he's still doing that. Okay. He's gonna charge now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't believe I'm going for 2 cycle in any percent. You can literally get 1 shot by him. You know what? That's still really damn good. I lost out on a bit of damage potential, but that worked out, I think. Ooh. Yeah, if I aggroed him, I might have been able to, but probably won't now. But that's okay, because I'll be able to get some... definitely not. Oh shit! Goal 2 cycle! Yes, and I got the luck that I'm... Oh shit! Okay, this could be... That was almost very dangerous. I even am getting like all of the... Well, most of the high damage things there. That's more than enough. Holy shit! What was the time on that bad? Oh my god! Oh my god! That can't be real. Is that... No way. I was joking. I literally said this was like what I assumed to be the peak of possibility, like maybe even overall. How did I save 30 seconds on her? I mean, I did a really great fight there, but Jesus Christ. I played out of my fucking mind. Oh, thank God. At least this cutscene is safe.
Man, it's me.
I can't. What have I done?
You're okay, Spyro. You're with
Friends.
I'm sorry. I couldn't stop.
Uh-oh, that's our only way out.
I'm gonna punch the monitor if I don't get to hear my well-earned
Get up, Spyro.
broken soul.
Leaving without you.
Usually, I would say ignore her. She's making sense this time.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Dude, I had to pull literally everything together on Gaul for that to be possible.
Ride out this storm.
And even then, I still had a few
Another day.
deaths that were a bit concerning.
Close to me. Now.
Enough so to make me think there's another minute to squeeze, but... Damn, to just, like, make that threshold right off the bat. That's unreal. Like, yeah, those are very obviously, strong skips, but... Holy hell. How much did I... Yeah, so I ended up saving 5 minutes by the time I... Wow. No music. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright, well... We get to look over the splits anyway. I fucking destroyed late game. Oh, I must have had a really bad, elemental dragon. Yeah, I think I ended up, like, getting the right element and then, fucking died anyway and redid that fight. Oh my god. And then all of the fights, through the castle were just, or fortress, whatever the fuck you want to call it, were just pristine. I mean, gold splitting one of those. I don't know how much I gold splitted that by, but oh my word. It looks like I didn't get to see the gold splits. I'm not sure how I ended up. I think I just missplit somewhere along the line for the whole like White Isle and Trials thing. So it's not really showing proper like timing and gold splits because I had to skip a few as well. It looks like, yeah, I did have a very sloppy little section there for doing the Ice and Earth Electric Fire puzzle. And then if we... I mean, early game is always pretty much the same. It looks like, yeah, the our brick fight usually kind of balances out the rest of the time save you can achieve there. I'm trying to think. There was a death in Fire Dream, or not Fire Dream. Jesus, that'd be stupid, and I'd reset that immediately. There was a death in Fire Trial, rather, and the fights in there with the big stone guys really sucked. And I think feel like there was a death somewhere else. I obviously could get on the new trials skip thing a little sooner, but financial analysis. I'm sure they had a very fun time making this game. Well, I mean, that's true with everybody here, but geez, stressful for most everyone involved. Probably everyone, really. Just seeing other people be stressful can be stressful. And it's weird, I'm starting to even like know and recognize what some of these names are, seeing them repeated in whatever, but they're larger names. Like, look, Michael Graham doing like 16 fucking things. Dude, I can't believe that that's even like a possible threshold. Like, I was like guaranteed to lose time on the second part of the final boss, and yet I fucking saved 2 seconds thanks to getting all of those. Like, I mean, it's just barely below sub 130. Like, the margins that had to be met in the late game were just unbelievable. There is still obviously the possibility of including the jump in Lightning Dream at the end. You can save some time with that, and I messed up the jump in the initial part of White Isle. Trying to think if there's anything else here. Can't think. Okay, let me just run through what the game... Okay. I don't remember... Oh, right. I didn't have the right Earth upgrade. By the time I reached Earth, I can do better on the Elemental Dragon. Getting the good luck for that. I didn't get the strafe jump in the shitty ships level. Low 128. Maybe it is. That's always the meme, isn't it? When sub 125. Right. Good God. It doesn't even feel like I'm still probably going to go and do another run or recording just so that I can have one with all of the sound and music backing this, because as awesome as this was, it still feels a little incomplete. I sure as hell am proud of that, though, and can say definitively that I'm very happy with any percent and what it's become and where it lies now. I had been stuck on the 136 for so long, and obviously this was going to make it easy to break, but to have broken it this much is unprecedented. Even with these new skips, I think there was a significant bit of time save elsewhere that wouldn't have been possible without such clean execution, particularly late game. This does make me wonder if I lost out on another minute or two in the early to mid game. I didn't know exactly how much time those skips would save, but damn. Damn. It's been quite the evening for Eternal Night. All the hope does lie on me, don't it? Damn. Fucking trilogy.
Young dragon, all our hope now lies with you. When you wake up, it will
Holy
be a
hell.
different world.
I mean, I am
Through
wanting to
this,
do
you are
another
not
run,
alone.
believe it or not.
You have allies.
But I think that should perhaps happen at another time. Leave on this incredible high note and get to iterate the rest of the happenings today to my partner in crime that just came home a little while ago. It's been quite the incredible pleasure of meeting you, Colt Zero, and I hope to see you a bunch more in the future. I think just to be able to celebrate and get my emotions out, man. 129. That makes those sum of best seem actually legit. A lot of those are from like other reroutes where certain segments would be faster from having more magic or less, less stops you need to make for gems. What was it? 125. God. Yeah, that seems pretty damn improbable to me. It was saying 125 since I got 126, so... Or, I mean, 136, so... Yo, what? Oh, shit! The game can correct itself, it just needs... Aw, that's funny! It's like it loops back around and then it reloads the song. Wow. We do get our happy end. Oh yeah, I do have the friendship as spelunking. I am a bit. I was like, what the hell made you think of that. I was like freaking out thinking that you saw a hell of a lot more of my room than this camera does show. Yeah, I was into that for I'm still yeah. I like me a spot of MLP. That's going in the cringe compilation. Posting this run to crown it off. How? I mean, you thought liking The Legend of Spyro was cringe? Bruh. That, my jokes, and that facts. What a rough combination. Anyhow. That's certainly something to explore again sometime. 2011. Was that season, like, 2? Because I think that, if so, that's around when I jumped on that train, too. It seems to have been quite the explosive period. Oh, then, hell yeah. Let's go. Oh, you know what? That Colt. Hey, I just got it! Hey, Colt Zero. Let's go. Colt Zero sounds like some kind of diet beverage they might serve. Damn. I've started rewatching that series with my friend actually. I'm alright. I'm gonna be here for like another 30 minutes if I end up keep talking, but I will I'll keep my DMs open to you, and I won't necessarily be chatting much tonight, but thank you again for the resources and fun that you helped create tonight. Very wholesome, heartwarming, and inspiring. All those sort of things. We'll be back to work on this game even more sometime soon. I am gonna have to pivot in the upcoming days, however, because there is a Ratatouille race going on Sunday, and I do want to prepare for that. So I'm glad that I could get this. It's not completely out of the way, but in a point where I'm more than happy with it. Before I might switch and head off. So, right. My legs have also been stuck here for this whole time, and it's hard to like move and stretch them during the run. So, very much in need of this. Thank you again, of course. I know I'm starting to be repetitive. I'm just overcome with emotions. Alright. We'll be around in the coming days. Look forward to some Ratatouille gameplay. That could be potentially captivating. Or it could be absolute shit, but you know, that's what you deal with when you come here. I guess it being shit would balance out. Alright. I've been on long enough. Bye-bye for now.